Okay, we're going to call to order the Finance and Audit Committee for May 9th, 2025, now 8:31 a.m. Start by saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll start off by reading the preamble. Compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law. Notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. The major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on top of them. They are on when the light is blue. All right, so we move on to the minutes. Anyone have any corrections or additions to the minutes? Very good. Do we have a second? Patrick, Thomas Patrick, second. Any discussion regarding the minutes? All right, all in favor? But opposed? Motion to approve the minutes. Do we have anyone from the public who signed in to speak today? We have no one here to speak, so we'll move on to Grace's comments. Grace, anything from the executive director today?
Good morning. No, we have a full agenda, so I will yield to the work that we have before us.
All right, very good. So we'll start off with the Brownfield Revolving Loan Fund. And the presenter is Jason Nauer. You ready to go, Jason?
Good morning. Yes.
Very good.
Thank you. Okay, so the action requested this morning is to recommend this item to the executive committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda. And that is to authorize the executive director CEO to give a notice of termination of the Northeast Ohio Brownfield Program loan agreement to the city of Middleburg Heights. Previously, this loan offer was approved by the Board of Directors on December 1, 2023, and that was resolution 2023050. A little background, the loan agreement between NOACA and the city of Middleburg Heights was executed on March 14, 2024. That was $500,000 for asbestos remediation at the former Sears and Sears Auto site at 6950 West 130th Street. A little bit of due diligence. The city did complete the analysis of Brownfield's cleanup alternatives and the community involvement plan. They did hold their 30-day open comment period. But there was one thing that is still pending, and that was the Ohio State Historical Preservation Office Section 106 letter. Middleburg Heights Mayor Castelli made a formal request to terminate the loan on April 8, 2025, citing that the SHPO delay was threatening the start date for their construction project. This project is one piece of multiple redevelopment projects that are happening on several parcels. And so this needed to move forward. But they also noted that the city had expended funds in excess of the match required by their grant that they received by the Ohio Department of Development. And upon receiving bids for the full remediation and demolition, the ODOD grant did fully cover the cleanup and demolition. To date, the city had not made any requests or any drawdowns of money from the loan. So this termination would be a clean release from both parties. The financial impact of this is that $500,000 will be unencumbered from the Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund. Those funds will become available again for new projects. And pending board approval, NOACA staff will update the budget to reflect the availability of funds. So again, we recommend this item to we're asking that the Finance and Audit Committee recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda. And that is to authorize the Executive Director CEO to give a notice of termination of the Northeast Ohio Brownfield Program Loan Agreement to the City of Middleburg Heights.
Okay, well, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Any discussion regarding this? Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, and I apologize, I may have missed, the overview, but I just wanted to say that NOACA did a great job with this particular program. The challenges ultimately were the schedule of time. We were very fortunate as a community to get a brownfield grant from the state that's covering really 100% of the costs. And there were some, I would say some delays from the state, especially the historical group, just trying to review certain requirements. And quite frankly, there's $70 million of investment taking place in the area with very tight deadlines. So it was important for us to just kind of move forward, and we appreciate everything that NOACA did with this program and know that it'll be beneficial to hopefully another organization. Thank you.
Very good. Well, we appreciate the fact that you did not need the money, and some other city is going to get to benefit from the $500,000. I know that many cities in this region have a need to clean up some brownfields for economic development. So congratulations to you, and congratulations to the rest of us so we can apply for this money. Any other discussion regarding this matter? Seeing none, all in favor to terminate? Anyone opposed? All right, so the motion is approved. And Jason, we'll move on to the next item.
Thank you. The action requested this morning is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors meeting agenda. And that is to amend the repayment term for the Brownfields Program loan to NREUV MLK Plaza LLC from 10 years to 18 years. Previously, this loan offer was approved by the Board of Directors on March 8, 2024 in Resolution 2024-014. Background on the originally approved loan terms and conditions. 10 years repayment, which is a part of the general terms and conditions that were approved by the Brownfield Steering Committee. And additionally, a personal guarantee from Dr. Gina Merritt, who is the sole owner of NREUV MLK Plaza LLC, $30,000 of debt service reserve funds in escrow. And that's essentially 1 year of repayment to ensure that we have reserve funds in case they miss a payment, a cognizant promissory note, and if possible, a surety bond to ensure NOACA against a default. It is noted that if they are unable to obtain it, this condition could be removed. But the steering committee and ultimately NOACA's board would like to see a surety bond. Excuse me. So we have continued conversations with Dr. Merritt since the loan offer was approved. And they expressed concern over the term based on essentially cash flow, because this is an affordable housing project. And their cash flow sort of relies on completing the project and getting tenants in order to, bring funds back. So ultimately, Dr. Merritt requested an 18-year repayment term. And her reasoning was that her loans from Freddie Mac and as well as the Cleveland Foundation both have 18-year terms. And she noted that coterminous loans would ensure that all are paid equitably throughout the term. We did consult with Satsina and Associates, who is the financial consultant retained for the Brownfields program. And they ultimately had no issue with the longer term. They noted that longer payback would result in better cash flow for the LLC and ultimately take pressure off of the loan. So lower repayments would result in less money to revolve into new loans each year. And pending board approval, the loan repayment term will be amended prior to the execution of the loan agreement by the appropriate parties. So again, the action requested is to recommend this item to the executive committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda. And that is to amend the repayment loan for the Brownfields program loan to NR EUV MLK Plaza LLC from 10 years to 18 years.
Okay, so I entertain a motion. That we were a second. Second to approve. Any discussion?
I had a question. Is this a balloon payment at the end of the term or is it paid over the life of the loan?
It is equal payments throughout the term.
But do you have any sense of what the differential is going from 10 years to 18 years? I'm just curious, like how much will come in?
I apologize. I believe it goes from 30,000 a year to a little under 15. Yeah, I believe the payments are twice a year, and I believe they're about 7,500 to 8,000, or about 7,000 each repayment.
Okay, thank you.
Just part of the program, is it common practice to have a private individual just a personal guarantee? I guess I'm confused with that. I didn't know we allow personal guarantees.
We are relatively new in the business of making loans, but however, this seemed to be acceptable to EPA. And I don't know, Jason, from your work on this, if you have any additional comments.
We have not yet. This was based on the recommendation of our financial consultant, Satsina and Associates. So the personal guarantee ultimately ensures that, if the project doesn't go through, the sole owner of the project is responsible for those repayments. So as Director Galucci said, we are new to this and don't, I guess, have direct experience with the personal guarantee, but this was at the recommendation from the financial consultant.
Was there like collateral or something put up? I mean, what was the actual guarantee?
I didn't hear the question.
Oh, what was the actual guarantee? I meant, was there collateral put up?
Is there collateral put up? I think there is funding.
Yeah, so there's the year's worth of repayments in escrow. That is the collateral along, and the personal guarantee is essentially the collateral, because the steering committee has sort of gone through the conversation of, not wanting to be in the business of taking property. But they want to have some sort of collateral that we can hold over it, at least the owner of the property. So that's what that personal guarantee is.
I guess I'm just confused. I'm not sure what the collateral is. I just wonder if we want to, as a policy for this, look at that, whether we're going to accept a personal guarantee. I'm trying to understand what the actual guarantee is.
I think the actual guarantee is there are funds that she puts. in
Okay, so there
escrow.
is funds set aside.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Let me interject. I think that the surety bond also guarantees that if the owner defaults, then the surety bond would come in and cover the loan. So that there's two guarantees there. You have a guarantee from the owner, and then you also have a guarantee through the surety bond. So I think the surety bond is a good idea so that NOAC is protected and we don't have to take property. We can get the money from the surety.
Well, but that was my concern because I could see that was the potential for it to be waived, the surety to be
Yeah,
waived.
well, and I don't think they're waiving, you're not waiving the surety, are you?
I just want to make sure that we're protected.
The steering committee did ultimately say if the surety bond is not possible, it could be waived, but we could certainly, push that or make an effort to make them get that as much as possible.
I think that's a good idea. Anyone else have any comments on?
Yeah, I was curious, what's the interest rate on this loan and how would that change with the extension of the term?
So the steering committee has so far approved 0% terms, or 0% interest. And ultimately that decision was made because this is a new program and we're trying to get funds out. So, the interest has been, waived in order to make these favorable loans. At this time, the steering committee did not discuss changing the interest rate for this loan. And again, the purpose of doing the 0% is to make them favorable to both the end user and as well as us to ensure that they are going to pay it back.
And if I may add, to be clear, the 0% interest is not only for this loan, it is for all of the loans that we are issuing under this program.
Okay. I mean, the only thing I would add, which similar to, I think, Andrew's concern, is if the term is extended, it seems like the default rate would also increase. And so I do think that surety bond is an essential component to this term extension.
So how long is this revolving loan fund scheduled to exist? Is it going to just go on as long as there is funding available? So it doesn't matter if they're paying it back over 10 years or paying it back over 18 years? Or was the intention that this revolving loan fund would have a certain time period?
The revolving loan fund does not have a time period, so it is in perpetuity.
Okay. Any other discussion? Yes.
Just one more, just in regards to the term. So this is a 10-year term. So I'm just wondering, is there, I'm not sure, maybe a policy? Or are we able to exceed 18 years? Or could it go 25 years? Are these, I mean, do we have a set policy, I guess, towards
Yeah.
what should the terms be on these type of loans?
So we do have set policy. This is an exception to the policy, so it's allowing them to exceed the 10 years to go to 18. Similarly, if another organization had a request, it would be a case-by-case basis.
Yes, sir.
Well, first, do we have other projects that are waiting in line for loans? And I have some concern over the statement that the reason for the delay was that they were not successfully getting the income side. That concerns me as well. Do we have answers, why was there a delay on the income side with, I guess it was tenants? What's going on with that?
Yeah, so I think this is a projection. So there are no current tenants yet, right? So they're going to be building the development based on their proposal for affordable housing. You do not begin to get profits or in the black for longer than if it were a regularly market rate housing. So that is the issue of the delay. They're not really talking about a real delay at this point, a projection of a differential in profit versus nonprofit. Or affordable versus non-affordable market rate.
Okay, I guess I'm surprised that that wasn't vetted out from the very beginning, if there was going to be an additional delay associated with that. And again, the second question was, are there projects that are waiting for the loans at this time?
Yeah, for the second part of the question, there are no current projects that are waiting for loans. We now have the $500,000 that has just been returned from Middleburg Heights, as well as we have another $1 million that is currently in request to the EPA.
The background says, if possible, a surety bond. Where are they in that process? Do they have a surety bond, or when will we know if they are able to get the bond?
That I am not sure of. We have essentially just been negotiating the term of the loan. However, we can follow up with them to get their progress on that.
Maybe what we need to do is attach a condition to this amended repayment plan that a surety bond will be required of the person borrowing the money. So we could entertain a motion to amend this particular request and add, provided that a surety bond is obtained by the borrower.
So moved.
We have a motion to amend. We have a second. All right, all in favor of amending the motion on the floor, signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, any other discussion based upon that amendment? All right, so I'll now call for a vote on the amended repayment term with the surety bond requirement. All in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, so we have that passed as amended. And Jason, you want to go on to the next item that you have?
Yes, thank you. Next item is the Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund recommendation for funding, the Site Readiness for Good Jobs Fund. The action requested is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda. And that is to offer a loan from the NOACA Vibrant Neo Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund to the Site Readiness for Good Jobs Fund in the amount of $166,905, conditional on U.S. EPA eligibility, determination, and availability of funds. There has been no previous action on this. Background on the site, it is located at 7,000 Central Avenue in Cleveland. The site is just under 10 acres and contains a building that is 185,000 square feet. Previously was industrial manufacturing and is zoned for industrial. And the proposed reuse is to renovate the existing building for industrial or manufacturing. The Site Readiness Fund has indicated that the building is in fair condition, so they do hope to renovate the existing property. And ideal candidates include food production, rail users, or aerospace. As you can see on the image there is existing rail access to the building. I think that is in not as great condition, but of course could be restored. And the proposed reuse anticipates approximately 100 jobs at $20 an hour. The Site Readiness Fund has completed several environmental assessments, phase 1, limited phase 2, and lead-based paint inspection. The request that they made is in fact for lead-based paint remediation. The applicant was reviewed by Cetsina and Associates LLC, who is the financial consultant retained for the Brownfields program. They were deemed creditworthy by Cena, and the Vibrant Neo Board of Directors met on April 29, 2025, but they did not have a quorum, so they will need to meet again prior to NOACA's board meeting in June. The financial impact of this would be allocation of $166,905 from the Brownfield Revolving Loan Fund, and actual disbursements would be eligible expense reimbursements. Pending board approval, the loan will be executed and funds will be encumbered. And this recommendation is still conditional upon US EPA eligibility determination, as well as availability of funds, whether that be from US EPA supplemental funding, which we did apply for on March 26th of this year, or funds from the terminated Middleburg Heights loan. So again, we are recommending this item we're requesting that the Finance and Audit Committee recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda. And that is to offer a loan from the NOACA Vibrant Neo Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund to the Site Readiness for Good Jobs Fund in the amount of $166,905, conditional on US EPA eligibility and availability of funds.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve? Steve? Second? Second? Any discussion?
Gonna abstain because I'm on the site readiness board.
Very good. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor? Anyone opposed? So that motion is approved and passed. And so is that it for you, Jason?
I believe so. Thank you.
Go on to the next matter, which is procurement. And Lindy Burt is going to be presenting.
Good morning.
Morning.
So the first item for procurement this morning is ratification of the Van Pool Program contract extension. The action being requested is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda. This would be ratification of a contract executed with Clarac LLC doing business as Commute with Enterprise by the executive that took place by the Executive Director on February 21st, 2025. The previous action on this item, the original contract was approved with the vendor was approved by the Board of Directors in December of 2021. So a little background, in December, the board authorized a 3-year contract with Clarac LLC doing business as Commute with Enterprise for to operate our Van Pool program. And that contract expired in February 23rd of 2025. So we did execute an amendment with them on February 21st. The Executive Director did consult with the Board President on this. This, in effect, extended the contract through June 30th of 2025. We also maintained the current pricing on other terms of the contract under the amendment. And what this achieved was ensuring continued service for the employer and commuter participants. And then we also, at the same time, initiated a procurement process for the next contract period. That is the next item that will come before you as the results of that procurement process. And just a little bit about the program. It was launched in 2022, and it provides transportation to work sites for employees. And the emphasis in the program for the trip origins and destinations is for areas that have insufficient fixed route public transit and areas with where people live that have low rates of household car ownership for the origin. And then it also helps employers attract and retain employees by expanding the transportation opportunities. The services provided with this vendor for the program, it's considered turnkey in that they do everything. They provide the vehicles, they manage the fleet of vehicles, they do the program marketing, they operate a digital user application for the participants, they coordinate the drivers, they provide riders with support, they do all invoicing and accounting, and then of course, all required data collection and reporting on that data to NOACA. The financial impacts of this amendment are approximately $188,495. That figure includes payments that the vendor made in February and March, and then an estimated payment for the month of April, May, and June based on average of past payments. The funding source for this program is federal CMAQ funds. So next steps pending board approval in June, NOACA will complete the amended contract period ending June 30th, 2025. So again, to recap, action being requested, recommending this item to the executive committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda. Ratification of a contract amendment executed with Cleric LLC doing business as Commute with Enterprise that was undertaken by the executive director February 21st, 2025.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve? Have a second? Second. And any discussion? Yes.
I guess I'm just curious why the procurement didn't start in 2024 if the contract expired in 2025. I'm sorry. I guess I just asked why the procurement didn't start in 2024 if the contract expired in February.
That's a great question. So programming staff, with only one known vendor that provides this scope of services, programming staff they were intending to potentially renew with that vendor. However, when we came together as a group, programming staff, procurement, the executive director, it was determined that given the passage of time, 3 years of program operation and renewing each year, that we really do need to do some research, put it out to bid again, see if, we can get other vendors to respond. So we did undertake all of that at one time and, posted the RFP, and then you'll see the results of that under the next item. So
Ms. Berry, additionally, the programming staff was working with the vendor to amend their contract for more favorable terms with NOACA, which then ended up not working out. So that was part of the issue as well.
Any other discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, so this particular motion is approved. We'll move on to the next matter. Regional van pool.
okay, thank you. So the action being requested under this item, again, related to the prior item we reviewed, action requested, recommend this item to the executive committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda. This would authorize the executive director to enter into a contract with Cleric LLC doing business as Commute with Enterprise to operate the regional van pool program. No prior action taken on this particular item. So a little bit about the van pool program. We currently have 53 van pools operating. Each van pool is specific to a single work site. Employee participation is voluntary, and the vendor provides the vehicles and operates all aspects of the program as described in the prior item. NOACA in turn provides a partial subsidy for the cost of each van pool that ranges from 50 to 80% depending on certain criteria that the van pool meets. And then the balance of costs are paid by the riders themselves and in some cases employers if the employer offers a subsidy. And the current service provider is Commute with Enterprise. This slide summarizes for you some of those van pool stats. Again, there are 53 active van pools in operation. 46 of those are at the VA, 3 with NCC Solutions, and 4 with Montville Rubber and Plastics. So the overall program goals are to provide residents with expanded opportunities to participate in the local economy, reduce commute time at a competitive transportation cost, and to improve regional air quality through reduction in transportation-related carbon emissions. To summarize the procurement process on this item, an RFP was posted March 7th through April 7th, 2025. We also conducted direct outreach to 7 potential vendors, and I also sent it along to some of our providers in the Parrott Transit field if they knew of vendors that potentially would want to respond. We also held a pre-proposal conference, optional pre-proposal conference for vendors on March 13th to answer questions about the program and the procurement process. And we did receive 1 proposal in response from Commute with Enterprise. The services again to be provided will, they will again provide vehicle acquisition and they will provide all the vehicles under the program, leasing. They will manage the fleet, undertake the marketing, continue the operation of the digital user application interface. They will coordinate the drivers and provide rider support, conduct all invoicing and accounting for the program, and then continue the data collection and reporting to NOACA as required. So a little bit about the vendor. Commute with Enterprise is a division of Enterprise Holdings. It was launched in 1994, and it has been NOACA's service provider during the prior 3 years. They operate nationwide. Their primary markets are in Ohio, Nebraska, Michigan, LA, San Diego, San Francisco, Austin, San Antonio, Atlanta, and Washington, D.C. So the financial impacts of this contract are an estimated $508,000. That price is based on 58 van pools. At the time that they submitted, we had 58 in operation at an average of a 50% subsidy. So again, this is an estimated cost. The actual expenditures under the program are demand driven. So as many van pools as we have in operation, that is the cost of to NOACA. What we're going to do under this is a 1-year contract with 2 1-year options to extend up to 3 years. And again, the funding source for this program remains the federal CMAQ funds. So next steps, pending board approval, NOACA will enter into a 1-year contract with Clarac LLC, doing business as Commute with Enterprise, to operate the program from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026. And then the pricing and contract renewal will be renegotiated in June of 26. So recapping action requested to recommend this item to the executive committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda, authorizing the executive director to enter into a contract with Clarac LLC, doing business as Commute with Enterprise, to operate the regional van pool program.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Second. All right, any discussion regarding this item? Yes, sir.
Out of the 53 van pools, about how many people use it per day?
The average ridership is 5 to 7, I believe.
So we are looking at probably about $2,000 a year per person.
Okay, yeah, I hadn't done that calculation, but
Well, if it's 50 times 5, 250 people, 500,000, so about 2,000 per person.
and again, that 508,000 assumes 58 van pools, so it fluctuates with the number. And
Any other discussion? All right, all in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, so this matter is approved, and we'll go on to the next matter, which is the extension of the traffic count contracts.
Okay. Action being requested under this item, recommend to the executive committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda, authorizing the executive director to exercise the option to extend contracts with Eggman Engineering and Southern Traffic Services for provision of traffic count services for 1 year. Previous action, the original contract was approved by the Board of Directors in June of 2024. So background on the traffic count program, the purpose is to calibrate and validate different modules of the NOACA travel forecasting model, also to collect and share data with stakeholders for other planning activities. Schedule for this program from July to August. We usually conduct program planning and preparation for the upcoming count season, which occurs late September to October. The original contract for this was procured through an RFP process in February and March of 2024. Under that procurement, we received 5 proposals, and 2 vendors were selected. One of the vendors was proposing some new technology that we wanted to explore and take advantage of. So we ended up contracting with both a vendor that had provided under the prior contract period and a new vendor, which is Southern Traffic Services. Financial impacts of this amendment, NOACA would extend the contract with each vendor for another year in the amount of $100,000. And then the total 1-year financial impact would be $200,000. Both vendors have also agreed to hold their pricing fixed for the upcoming contract period. And the source of funding for this is Ohio's Consolidated Planning Grant. So next steps under this, pending board approval, NOACA would amend the contracts with Egeman Engineering and Southern Traffic Services and proceed with the program. So again, recapping action requested is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda, authorizing Executive Director to exercise the option to extend contracts with Egeman Engineering and Southern Traffic Services for 1 year for NOACA's traffic count program.
I entertain a motion to approve. Sure. Second. All right, any discussion on this item? Being no discussion, all in favor? When opposed? All right, that action is approved. And now we have the next item is the amendment to NOACA's EV charging stations program contract. And are you going to start this, Grace?
I am going to start this. Thank you. Whoops. So this item relates to phase 1 of NOACA's EV charging station program, not to be confused with the phase 2, which is the phase 2 is the CFI grant that we received from the federal government for $15 million. So this is not that program. Phase 1 is the program we started before seeking those federal funds. This is through our NOACA CMAQ program. The period of construction, July 23rd to August 2025. In our contract agreements with the community partners, we had stated an obligation to provide a warranty maintenance or a maintenance warranty for 5 years. And the contract that we have with the current vendor only provided 2. So this is going to fill that gap to bring us up to compliance with those agreements. And to be clear, and I know Lindy's going to go into more detail, this is not asking for additional money. It's just asking for additional contract authority with the contractor. So it is not adding any budget to this particular project, which I know was a concern of this committee. So I wanted to make that clear. Lindy?
Thank you. So action being requested is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda, authorizing Executive Director to amend the contract with SAF Inc. in the amount not to exceed $100,000 to purchase extended manufacturer warranties for electric vehicle charging station equipment. Previous action on this item, the original contract was project contract was approved by the Board of Directors in June of 2023. So background on the project, phase 1 of the EV charging stations program was initiated in July 23. And as the Executive Director Gallucci stated, expected completion of phase 1 construction is August 2025. Phase 1 includes 46 charging units at 40 locations across the NOACA region. And the equipment consists of 27 L2 dual chargers and 19 DCFC chargers. So section 6.10 of the partner agreement with each site owner includes a commitment of from NOACA of 5 years of maintenance. Each unit does come with a basic 2-year warranty. So the requested amendment would enable purchase of a 3-year extension of each basic warranty. And the total cost of this amendment is not to exceed $100,000. And as Director Gallucci described, the current contract amount is $3,542,262. That would increase by $100,000 for a new contract amount of $3,642,262. The source of funds on this project or this amendment is CMAQ. And the total budget for that phase 1 construction is $4,140,000. So there is room in the budget to cover this as stated. Next steps on this item, pending board approval, NOACA will execute the contract amendment with SAF Inc. and proceed with the purchase of extended warranties for equipment installed under phase 1 of the EV charging stations program. So to recap, action being requested, recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda, authorizing the Executive Director to amend the contract with SAF Inc. in the amount not to exceed $100,000 to purchase extended manufacturer warranties for electric vehicle charging station equipment.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Second, Sadiva. And any discussion on this item? Tom?
Thank you. If the manufacturer offered a 2-year warranty, where did the 5-year term come from?
So the 5-year term, at the time, we didn't have a vendor, so we were proposing 5 years, but the vendor of this particular EV charging station type only provides the 2-year basic. They do provide the opportunity to purchase the other 3.
Any other discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye. Anyone opposed? All right, so this matter is approved. And now we'll go on to the next item is a request for additional NOACA funding, the City of Sheffield Lake pedestrian facility. And Jim Thompson will be presenting on this one.
Oh, yes, thank you. Good morning to the committee. I am going to present on the request for additional NOACA funding for the City of Sheffield Lakes pedestrian facility. So it is requested that the committee recommend this item to the executive committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda. That is to approve the request from the City of Sheffield Lake for additional NOACA funding for pedestrian facility projects to help defray cost increases attributed to the extraordinary and unpredictable impacts of current commodities, such as fuel and material prices. Previously, the project cost increase management policy was approved by the NOACA Board of Directors in June of 2015. Okay, so a little bit of background about this project. NOACA did recently receive a request for increased funding for the following project, and that is the City of Sheffield Lake, Lorraine US 6 Lakefront Connectivity Phase 3A project, and that is ODOT PID 119593, and that is a pedestrian facility. I should also note that that is a NOACA TLCI implementation project, and the TLCI implementation program is relatively quick in terms of NOACA funding and then engineer design and then construction turnaround compared to other NOACA funded programs. So the high rates of inflation and commodity prices across the transportation industry have impacted a lot of projects over the past couple of years. I believe this is the 16th over the past few years that we've received, requests that we've received and are recommending. And with this, there are impacts tied to fuel and oil. Also, that is tied to asphalt increased costs, as well as steel costs are above normal inflation rates. The impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic are still being felt in the construction industry. And also, there are project cost estimates that are sometimes lower because of escalating, leading to funding shortfalls. So NOACA has the Regional Transportation Investment Policy, or the RTIP. And what this does is it provides guidance on the management of NOACA funds in general as directed by the Board of Directors. So this is our policy on how we manage NOACA funds for projects. And within the RTIP itself, we do have our project cost increase management policy in which we review project sponsor requests for additional funds for capital projects. And so NOACA staff review all of these requests against the policy in the RTIP. And what we look at is the justification of unforeseen conditions, of which we've identified that this project has met that. Is there funding available in the current Transportation Improvement Program, or TIP? We have deemed that there is. Is the recommendation no more than 15% of the initial NOACA Board of Directors commitment to the project? Yes. Has the project progressed through ODOT's stage 3 design process in their plan approval? It has. And then also, are all other project funding commitments used to capacity? And they are. So that being said, at this point in time, the NOACA staff recommends that the City of Sheffield Lake's request for additional funding be granted for up to the 15% allowable under our policy. And so that 15% would equal $37,866. And then any remaining needs of funds would be the responsibility of the project sponsor. So you can see in the table there that initially NOACA provided $252,440 of STBG funds towards this project. And so with that 15% increase of about $38,000, the total NOACA commitment would then be $290,306. And I should also note, this is a NOACA TLCI implementation project. And so their budgets tend to be smaller than our typical construction projects. And therefore they may have less wiggle room as they move forward through project development. So the financial impacts of this on NOACA is that there would be an additional funding in accordance with our cost policy of that amount of $37,866. And then any additional funding necessary to support the request is available in the current tip. I should also note that the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act did increase funding between 2022 and 2027 in general for the STBG program, of which this project is being funded through, and that this would not have a negative impact or really any impact on other program projects in the tip. So pending board approval, the 2026 to 2029 tip will be updated to reflect the revised funding commitments. So that being said, we recommend that it's being requested that the committee recommend this item to the executive committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda. To approve the request for the city of Sheffield Lake for additional NOACA funding for the pedestrian facility project to help defray cost increases attributed to the extraordinary and unpredictable impacts of current commodities, fuel and materials prices.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Mr. Deaver. Conrad, second. Any discussion? Do we know if those federal funds have any chance of being clawed back or canceled or anything of that nature?
At this time, we have not received any notice from USDOT or even any suggestion that formula funds would be in jeopardy, and these are formula funds.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion? All right. All in favor? When opposed? All right. That motion carries. And we'll go on to the next item, which I believe is a presentation on the third quarter SFY 2025 capital programs performance measures, and Sarah White will be doing the presentation. Sarah, you ready?
Yes, I am. Thank
Okay.
you. Good morning to the chair and to the committee. As noted, we're just going to be looking at the results of the performance measures for the ended third quarter of our state fiscal year. No action is requested. This is just for information. And previously, these performance measures were approved by the board in 2016. So just looking at our current state fiscal year budgets for our capital infrastructure programs, you'll get a general idea of how much funding we're trying to get out the door to various projects in our region. So we have STBG at 31 million. Our TA program is 3.5 million. We also have CMAC at 17 million and our carbon reduction program at around 4. So considering the amount of funds, the NOACA Board of Directors set these performance measures in 2016. So this just helps to ensure that we're making informed decisions and we're getting optimal expenditure of our funds. And then they obviously do help us increase our transparency as an agency as well. So we do have 2 categories that our 4 performance measures fall under, and they are program delivery and then fund utilization. So in the first category, to help evaluate program delivery, we're looking at % on-time project implementation. So our target is to have greater than or equal to 85% of funded projects awarded for implementation within 30 days of our annual priority list commitment date. And of this quarter, just ended quarter 3, 5 of 9 projects were delivered on time. So that gave us a 56% measure, but overall year to date, we're at 64%. And then the second measure evaluating program delivery is the % program balance. So here we're looking to measure less than or equal to 20% of project funds programmed in the last quarter. So that essentially helps us minimize unintended carryover into the next fiscal year. At the end of quarter 3, we are still meeting the target at 9.9%. So at this juncture, we do expect that of the overall around 85 million programmed for this fiscal year, we think around 8.5 million will be delivered in the final quarter. So happening right now. And then the second evaluation category is fund utilization. So the first measure is percent estimate accuracy. So we are looking to measure the variance between our NOACA funds committed and then the eventual sale total of the project so that we can make sure that the estimate and the amount awarded are as close as possible. So if we're able to meet our goal of plus or minus 10%, we can have less carryover, avoid higher bids, et cetera. So for our third quarter, and I apologize, the box didn't get scooted over there, but for the third quarter, our variance is negative 5.7%. So with year to date at 6.7, we are well within the target and bids are coming in within those estimates. And then the final measure under fund utilization is percent funds encumbered. And this measure is tracking the amount of NOACA funds encumbered for the current fiscal year. So our target for this measure is to have encumbered more than or equal to 95% of funds for originally programmed projects. And at the end of the third quarter, we are at 51%. So while we don't expect we will meet the performance measure target this year, we are working really hard to get projects moving as fast as we can and moving as many forward as possible so we can try to at least meet last year's performance percentage of 67%. So for next steps, we are in the final quarter of the fiscal year. So we are continuing to work with project sponsors, get projects out the door, but then also begin to plan for state fiscal year 2026 and use as many different elements as we can to help these projects come to fruition on time. And that's all I have.
Did anyone have any questions or comments regarding Sarah's presentation? All right. Well, thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you.
We'll next go to reports and updates regarding financial reports and the Brownfield Revolving Loan Fund quarterly reports. Those reports are contained in your packet. And anyone has any questions, they can direct them to the appropriate person. Any old business that we need to discuss today? Any new business that is not on the agenda? All right, well then can I have a motion to adjourn? Conrad, second, Mr. Deaver. All right, all in favor? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you very much. And I guess our next meeting is August 8th at 8:30 in the morning. Thank you very much for being here. All right.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to NOACA. Our governance committee will get that started here. I'll call our meeting to order. I think we've got about 10:04 a.m. Let us take a moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America. A republic for which one nation, God.
Okay. And yeah, we got a beautiful sunny day here in Cleveland, so it's nice to see the sun and we can finally get our grass cut right after all that rain. So, in compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention when to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on top of them. They are on when the light is blue. All right, so we've got minutes to consider from our last meeting, which was February 14th, 2025. Do we have any additions or corrections at all? Okay, we're good there. Can I have a motion to approve? All right, thanks, Tom. Can I have a second, please? All right, thanks, Carolyn. Any discussion on the minutes? All right, then if not, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Nope. Okay, the minutes are approved from the February 14th meeting. Any public comment on the agenda items today? Okay, thanks, Brenda. All right, we will move on to the executive director's report. I don't have one. Executive Galucci, do you have a report?
I do not have a report. Just good morning to everybody.
Okay, excellent. All right, we do have some action items. First one, the Code of Regulations revision concerning the Economic Development Committee. And Ronnie Blackshear, you're going to present this one for us?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, government committee members. This is the Code of Regulations revision for the Economic Development Subcommittee. The action requested is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement as a presentation item on the June 25th Board of Directors agenda and as an action item on the September 25th Board of Directors agenda. An amendment to the NOACA Code of Regulations to add the Economic Development Subcommittee to Section 6.5. There is no previous action. Regarding the background, in 2020, NOACA's Steering Committee Working Group developed the CEDS, which is the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, which was approved by the Economic Development Administration in March 2023. In 2023, the subcommittee formed to implement and maintain the CEDS, and a charter was approved by the board. NOACA applied for Economic Development District status in January 2024. The EDA requires NOACA's bylaws to be amended to codify the Economic Development Subcommittee. Pending approval, Code of Regulations will be amended to include the membership and functions of the Economic Development Subcommittee. This will result in a formal codification which helps to secure the Economic Development District status and access to additional funding and support for stakeholders. Again, the action is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement as a presentation item on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda and as an action item on the September 2025 Board of Directors agenda. That action is an amendment to NOACA's Code of Regulations to add the Economic Development Subcommittee to Section 6.5. I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Ronnie. Any questions at all regarding this item? Any questions for Ronnie? Morris?
Sorry, new guy. Assume we have an economic development subcommittee to make us an economic development district.
So the Economic Development Subcommittee was created by the NOACA board as required by the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. So its initial purpose was to maintain the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy for the region, and becoming an economic development district is part of that strategy. So the answer would be yes.
Okay. Out of curiosity, I had sat through a presentation from Team NEO.
Yes.
What do they do?
So
Different than this.
Team NEO does a couple of things different. First of all, I believe they cover 12 counties. We only cover 5. They do not specifically have a comprehensive economic development strategy that is a federal strategy accepted and approved by the Economic Development Administration. So this is specifically for federal funds, correct?
And Team NEO, I believe,
Right,
state.
it's proved, yes.
Thanks.
I think my understanding is Team Neo is actually a private organization. I think it's like a 501c3, and but it's funded by, is it liquor sales in Ohio? Something like that. And that's the funding source.
That is part of its funding comes through Jobs Ohio, which is the private organization funded directly by the liquor sales. But I believe it has other funding as well, but it is a private 501c3, right?
Very good. Ann, you got anything? Annie?
Thanks. I'm curious, the background information shows that NOACA applied for designation as the Economic Development District in 2024. Why is it a year and some months that we're applying or making this change to the bylaws? What's the timing relationship?
Sure. We were requested to make that change recently within the last couple of months by the Economic Development Administration. So they asked us to do this as part of their review of our overall application.
All right, very good. Any other questions or comments?
Another follow-up question on the kind of oversight and NOACA as an organization. Where does economic development fit within the organizational chart? Who's leading it? Ronnie often gives the overviews, but how many staff work on it?
Right. So great question. So in terms of the organization still is primarily a transportation planning organization. It also does have another recognition as an area-wide, which is water quality. This then brought us into another foray of work with economic development. I am part of that team. Ronnie is part of that team. And we have one planner that participates on that team. We don't have significant funding for it. That would be something we would get out of the Economic Development District designation. They would give us operating funds. So that would be helpful then. And we may choose to hire someone full-time, but currently we have no full-time employees. Ronnie does take the lead on the economic development front.
Okay. All right. Any others? Yeah, Morris.
What the one last question I guess I would ask is with the changes in Washington, as we have to continue to ask this question, has there been any the other question I was going to ask was, is there any indication out of Washington that any of the funding for this economic development federal arm, if you will, or department is in question of being cut or slashed, or are there any changes there? Or
I am not aware of anything specific, and we have been meeting regularly with our federal representatives from the Economic Development Administration, particularly Region 5, and which is our region. And so I don't know. I'm sure they're going through some similar cuts as the rest of the federal government agencies are, but there is no specific indication that this program or its funding is at risk.
I would add that our government affairs director, assistant director, Bev Bertzloff, she did provide me with some information regarding the possible status of the EDA, and that language I haven't had a chance to look at and read and stuff. So I will do that along with, consulting with our government affairs division and also Grace in order to determine how that would affect us. I think it's just more of a indication of what could possibly occur. There's nothing, I don't think I haven't looked at it yet, so I'm not sure how strong it is as far as any type of changes that would occur to the EDA.
All right, very good. All right, any other comments, questions regarding the item here? All right, if not, then can I have a motion to approve? All right, thank you, Carolyn. Can I have a second, please? All right. Have a second. Any further discussion? If not, then all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Okay, very good. Motion passes. All right, next, we have a discussion item for future action. This would be our virtual meeting policy. And Liz Barlick, you're going to present this one for us?
Yes, thank you. Good morning to the chair and to the members. Liz Barlick, Associate Director of Executive Affairs. We are going to talk about a potential virtual meeting policy for NOACA. So there's no action requested at this time. This item is for information and discussion. There's no previous action, although we did bring this to you at your meeting in February because this is new legislation. So we provided some background last time, but when staff sat down to really go through what a policy might look like for NOACA, it was clear we really needed some more board input. So I'm going to go through some of the key parts of the policy, the key requirements, but I ask for your input and discussion about how the board might want to adopt this. So just for some background, House Bill 257 authorizes certain public bodies to meet virtually. It was enacted at the end of last year by the 135th Ohio General Assembly, and it came into effect April 9th of this year. It allows certain public bodies to hold and attend meetings virtually, provided certain conditions are met. And that one of those conditions is that you have to adopt a policy before you can hold virtual meetings. So really the main question I have before you today is, does NOACA want to adopt a virtual meeting policy, and if so, what would the circumstances of that be? So as far as applicability of the policy, it allows for virtual meetings of public bodies so long as members are not compensated or elected to their position. Elected meaning not an elected official on this board, but if you were elected to the NOACA board, which doesn't happen, so it does apply to us. And I would say a complicating feature of this legislation is it seems to be designed for wholly virtual meetings, which is our understanding that that is not something that the board is looking to do at this time. So it would be more of like allowing some members to attend virtually, and we would have a hybrid scenario. So that's the scenario that I'm contemplating. We're contemplating. Please let me know otherwise. There are certain instances where meetings are required to be in person. So a virtual meeting is prohibited if the meeting involves a vote to approve a major non-routine expenditure, a significant hiring decision, or a vote to support a tax issue or tax increase. And these definitions would have to be defined within the policy. So that's something we would also be looking to you all for potential definitions of those. A major non-routine expenditure could be something like, right now we have a $75,000 threshold for when expenditures are brought to the board. That could be one definition. The legislation says significant hiring decision. Right now, the board is only responsible for the hiring of the executive director. Would the definition of that look like anything related to the hiring compensation of the executive director? A vote to support a tax issue or tax increase is not something that usually comes before the board. Occasionally there's support for a tax levy or something like that. Would that be included in the definition? Another instance, when in-person meetings are required or by request of 10% of the members. So that's at least 2 if there's less than 20 members. That requires that the chair be notified at least 48 hours in advance if an item on agenda, if there are members requesting that an item be acted on in person. So something to consider in that regard would be our chairs are, as you're all very busy. Our chairs are very busy. Would we want to, in our policy, make an accommodation to that notification to the chair and the executive director to make sure that, it's received in a timely fashion? Because the legislation also requires that the chair acknowledges receipt of that request. There are provisions related to public access. So the public body must provide the public access to a virtual meeting via live streaming, which what NOACA does now. Right now, our live stream is just the screen that you're looking at. It's the presentation as well as the audio, which is why we always ask you to talk into your microphones. The public must be able to observe and hear discussion of all members, and members participating virtually must be visible and audible at all times during the meeting. So this may mean we have to install video equipment. Right now, we just have the ability to stream the presentation and the audio, but we don't have camera equipment set up. So if the requirement that the public must be able to observe and hear discussion of all members, this is where the hybrid scenario maybe makes it a little bit complicated. You can always attend in person and see what's going on. But if you were watching a live stream, do we need to be able to provide the ability for that participating member of the public to see what's happening in the room, as well as all the people who are participating virtually? And for those members who might be participating virtually, we would have to be able to see them. So they would have to be on the screen somehow. Some of you may have been here when we have a consultant who participates virtually. And so the way that works right now is you have the screen in front of you with the presentation, and there's they are on the video like in the corner. So if we have multiple members participating virtually, we start to cover the screen, cover the presentation. So we would have to figure something out on the AV side for that. And then we have to establish a means to permit public comment. And once again, that's where the hybrid scenario maybe creates a little confusion about you can come and participate in person and provide comment. Do we have to then establish a procedure to provide comment virtually? Right now, we don't have that ability. You can watch it. You could email public comments. We do have that ability right now, but not in like a chat feature or anything during a live stream. Attendance and notification. So we have to provide notification to the public 48 hours in advance, which we do now. We also have to indicate if the meeting is going to be held virtually. Right now, we do provide the links for the live stream to everybody, including the public. If members plan to participate virtually, they have to inform the meeting chair at least 48 hours in advance. So that's another situation of do we allow notice to both the chair and the executive director to make sure that we know who's participating virtually and acknowledge that request. And then there's an exception for emergencies. Emergencies have to be defined within the policy as well. I do have a question on here about alternate and one-time alternate process. Do you all feel that that provides sufficient accommodations for an emergency type scenario? Or would we want to expand it to a virtual option as well? So really next steps are based on your input. We'll adopt or draft a policy if you feel it's an appropriate policy for us to have.
Okay.
Questions?
All right, thanks, Liz. You know, one observation I had back during COVID, when we had our board meetings virtually, and not just NOACA, but other public meetings, you know, that I attended, and we were all attending virtually. But it seemed that, and it worked out fine. And I'm certainly not opposed to this, but I always felt that we always had a more productive meeting in person, more discussion on items in person. You know, a typical hour meeting that we used to, and not, like I say, not just with NOACA, but any other public meeting I was involved with. If the meeting would normally take an hour virtually, we probably had it done in 10 or 15 minutes because nobody really participated much. So that's just one thought I have if we go in this direction, because I think we always get more productivity out of people when they meet in person. But that's just my thought. Maybe I'm just old school. I don't know. Any other thoughts on this?
Well, I'll say it's lovely to see everyone here in person. However, I love a virtual meeting option. I'm coming from Geauga County. It's a good 45-minute drive. I'm sure folks in Lorain, Medina, they have similar, maybe even longer drives. I mean, really that Friday, that sucks up my whole day. And so the option of cutting off that commuting time would be very useful for me. Some of our meetings in the county, we use Microsoft Teams, which allows people to call in. You can have the in-person option is the bigger screen, and then the people that if they're presenting or talking, they can become the big screen as well. But the default is what is going on in the meeting is what people see at home if they're watching. So I'm personally very much in favor of this. I like an efficient meeting, so I don't, less talking's not necessarily a bad thing, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Two questions. One, everything you went through for the requirements and whatnot, were those rules that were put in place by the legislature when they said you could do this?
Yeah, correct. Those are the baseline requirements that we have to meet.
And then would this then apply to committee meetings as well?
That's what we're looking for your input on. Is this something that you should be applied to any and all meetings, lower level meetings? There could be a limitation on how many meetings are given a virtual option, or how many people are able to participate virtually. I mean, this is the base, and then we can develop it as appropriate for NOACA.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Quick question regarding, well, it sounds like there is a financial impact because the technology is not chosen what's going to take place. Second bigger question is, has anybody done a study on where, how many meetings types this would actually benefit versus the technology, and is there a count? What do you feel the percentage would benefit or not benefit? Kind of a feasibility study.
In terms of the meetings that NOACA has, we've looked at it internally, and although I can say that it's not a scientific analysis, it is more sort of an observation, that it would probably benefit the councils the most, which are the bodies that we think have the most difficulty with quorum. And the individuals have requested that in the past. And when we did have virtual meetings throughout COVID, attendance was better. Although as an aside, I must say, also during COVID, we had nothing else to do. So yes, attendance would be better. But I do think the councils could benefit from that. They're also not decision-making bodies of NOACA. They're simply advisory. So I think that would help clear some of the rules that the legislature put on. The board meetings, we've never had problem with quorum at board meetings, and committee meetings, we generally do not have problem with quorums at regular committee meetings. So again, I think the councils probably would be the best.
Being that time is money, as we know, and yes, it does take a great percentage of our time to be in person, but that time is money.
I think it is. It's on.
Is it where it's on? Okay, I gotta rock and roll it here. I gotta rock it here. Time is money. How much time would it save? Therefore, how much benefit would it be to the board or the members? Thank you.
We could certainly look at that more closely and make a report to you.
You know, another thought I just had, and I know for me, I've really enjoyed the networking here. You know, and it takes time to meet 48 people and do it well, but over time you do, you know, build relationships and other friends in other counties, and kind of gets you out of your own bubble. So in addition to all the important work that we get done here at NOACA for the region, I think just the networking and meeting people in, you know, all in all 5 counties, I think is worth something. So.
Yeah, I think that's a point well made. One of our tenets in our vision statement is regional cohesion, and the opportunity to get together and meet as a body, I think does strengthen that.
Just as a counterpoint, though, if you have a hybrid option, people can still come. It just doesn't force you to be here. So that if you have other commitments in your county, you're able to do those commitments and still participate.
Yep.
To that point, I agree. I'm all for camaraderie and getting to know my region better, right? But today I have an event back home that I would have liked to have attended. Community event that I would have liked to have partaken in and volunteered and been there with some individuals in my community. I have to choose between a 55-minute drive. 45 is short, in my opinion, but I have to choose between right. A 55-minute drive down and a 55-minute drive home, right? So 2 hours on the road. And once again, that's what I signed up for. But the technology is there. I'm not afraid of using a virtual hybrid situation at a minimum for the committees. Sorry. All the committee meetings, especially for those of us who happen to be on a couple of them, I think a hybrid option I would like to see as a minimum. And then obviously for the board meetings, I'm also not a large fan of the 48-hour notice. I know it's written in there with, you know, 2 members can say, hey, let's have an in-person meeting. I'm not a large fan of that restriction because, no offense, I plan my week and my month out farther than 2 days. And I have to coordinate with my alternate and say, okay, are you going to be in town this day? No, I'm out of town. Fine. I'll make it available. I'll go to get that. And if I plan on doing it virtually because I've committed to another event today, and then all of a sudden Wednesday pops up, hey, we're going to make this in person. So my 2 cents.
Well, very good. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. Oh, Annie, go ahead.
Thanks. I really appreciate the background information about the policy. I would love to see the policy crafted in a way that helps advance the mission of the organization. And I think looking at historic attendance at the board, the committee, the advisory committee, the subcommittee levels, and ensuring that the tools and the channels we have for people to participate in the organization are reflecting our goals of having broad input on big decisions that NOACA makes. One question I had, given that this law is new, is there any advice or other bodies that might have advice for NOACA or other agencies that kind of represent these broad geographies on how they're advancing a virtual policy?
At this time, the Ohio Association of Regional Councils has tried to put together a template for us, but has not yet done so. So it's hard to say. And I know, Liz, you did some research on that with other agencies. I don't know to the extent anyone has really put this together yet.
The only other policy I've come across so far, and can certainly look more into it, we have some inquiries out, is for the OPERS board, actually. And theirs is very basic, and they call it a remote attendance policy. And it's one page with the minimums in the legislation. But it does seem to be geared toward a hybrid type scenario, which is like ours. It constitutes an emergency as an unforeseen situation that prevented 48-hour notice as determined by the board chair. So it's very basic.
And it's interesting, that's a statewide body.
Yeah.
Thomas, did you have something?
Yeah, just a question. Did I understand correctly that we would also have to have cameras here so that those tuning, and do you have an idea what the costs associated with that technology, that investment would look like?
We do. We've looked into that, and I'll ask Lindy Burt, who I know has an estimate to interject into this conversation.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question?
I know that you have received estimates for making this facility conducive to a hybrid meeting, so we would need the cameras.
Oh, for cameras. So far, the quotes we've gotten have been a very basic setup with a camera focused on giving a room view and the podium view. And I think, what was it? Less than 20 for 2 to 3 cameras, was it? But that didn't include like point to zoom functions or anything like that. So, just it depends on what we're looking for.
Well, I think
what capability we're looking for.
Yeah, based on the requirements to really satisfy them, I think the point and zoom is what would be best. So perhaps you can give us that. Yeah, usually you don't have any trouble hearing me. Excuse me. If you could look for quotes for the point and zoom.
Yep, we'll do.
And just as an aside, I do appreciate the meetings in the future that are going to be at other locations as well, because to your point, it will be nice to see the homes of others, your organizations, and still have that networking functionality. I don't mind to travel far for some and save time for others.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to those meetings. Yeah, I think our next one is in Lorain County?
Lorain County in June.
Okay. Very good. Annie?
Another question. I know one of the parameters of the law is non-routine expenditures. When those are on the agenda, that would require the body to be in person. Is there any more detail about what a non-routine expenditure includes or entails?
No, that is set just to be defined by the policy. So that phrase comes directly from the legislation.
So the policy that the organization creates.
Yes, so whatever policy
provide a
we-
definition.
Yeah.
It actually seems like that definition, and then I in thinking about how to manage whether a meeting is in person or not in person, like, because the agenda items would dictate whether the format of the meeting, and to some of the points made earlier about advanced notification and that coordination, that seems challenging. And that definition around, I think it was that and a few other things.
Sure.
Would be important to flesh out and kind of.
I mean, if you look at, we've thought about this as well. What would be considered a routine purchase? Obviously anything that doesn't need to come to the board is usually a routine purchase. Coming to the board, we can look at the items that were on the finance agenda today. Many of them were not routine. there was probably only a minority of them that would have been considered routine, like extending an option for a contract for traffic counts. That's kind of routine. Although it's done once a year, what's routine? So that would have to be defined.
What are some of our neighboring MPOs doing as far as the virtual option?
So at this point, I'm not aware of them that have fully embraced the policy. I think everyone is just working through it since this was recently approved by the legislature and requires so much of the policy to be drafted by the individual organization to suit its own needs. I think they're working that through.
Mm-hmm.
I do know that the organizations that were most supportive of this policy at the MPO level were those that had more counties. I think Central Ohio has 15 counties. So that was a difference from ours, as well as others are more rural in nature, and also had larger geographies when you looked at land mass or square miles. Ours is a little bit more compact.
Yeah. All right, very good. Any other ideas, comments? Okay. All right, well, thank you, Liz. All right, moving on. Do we have any, let's see, any other reports or updates for today's meeting? Okay. Any old business?
If I just may clarify,
Mhm.
so what we will do is some additional research on the questions that were posed today. And we will have further discussion or perhaps recommendation at the next meeting. By that time, some of my colleagues may have also put their policies together. So we'll have a more robust discussion at that time. Am I hearing that correctly? Okay.
Okay, sounds
Thank you.
great. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Grace. All right. Do we have any new business at all? All right. Then can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Thomas. Second, please. Annie, thank you. All right. No discussion on the adjournment. So I'm going to adjourn today's meeting. And thanks for coming, everybody, to the governance committee meeting. And catch you in Lorraine County at our next board meeting. So, all right. Thanks for coming up today.
Everybody here is ready to go. I will call this meeting of the Northeast Ohio Area Coordinating Agency Executive Committee meeting to order. Time is 11:35. And I thank members for being here today. Let's open the meeting and take a moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, everybody. Want to wish mothers in the house a happy Mother's Day this coming weekend, and hope you're enjoying the first spring day in a long time, maybe all year. Anyways, the meeting has been called to order, and in compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by a voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for the presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's Rules of Order, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests, from the public, and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off by using the gray button on top of them. They are on when the light is blue. Okay. Want to review the minutes of our February 14th, 2025 meeting. And I would ask if anybody has any corrections or additions to the executive committee meeting of February 14th. Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve? Thank you, Thomas Patrick. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jeff Brandon. All in favor? All right, any opposed? All right, motion is approved. And we'll go on now to public comments. We can ask Brenda, anybody sign in? Nobody has signed in for public comment today. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next agenda item. And that is the President Executive Director's report. Is there an Executive Director's report?
Nothing substantial, just have a couple of announcements. We have completed a draft of our long-range plan, which is now called We Neo 2050 Plus. And we have a few opportunities for public comment. They're open houses. You can also comment through the mail, US mail, email, or you can call. The the opportunities in terms of the open houses are listed on the calendars in front of you. And then we also have an opportunity to participate in ODOT's Access Ohio 2050 Long Range Plan Stakeholder Meeting. They have one time on May 22nd, 1 to 3 on Woodland Avenue, which I believe is part of Tri-C. Okay, that is it for me. Then we move right to action items.
Let's go to action items. Thank you, Grace. First item before us is fiscal year 26-27 NOACA ODOT MPO biennial agreement. I think Ronnie Blackshear is coming. Hello, Ronnie.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Good morning, executive committee members. For the record, Ronnie Blackshear, NOACA staff. This is the state fiscal years 26 and 27 NOACA ODOT MPO biennial agreement. The action requested is that the executive committee place the following item, which is the state fiscal year 26-27 NOACA ODOT MPO biennial agreement on the board of directors agenda for the June 25th meeting. Previous action was the state fiscal years 24 through 25 NOACA ODOT MPO biennial agreement. As the MPO for Northeast Ohio, NOACA is the subrecipient of Federal Transportation Fund NOACA shares responsibility with ODOT for the 3C planning process, which is continuing, cooperative, and comprehensive. NOACA and ODOT work cooperatively to advance the planning process and comply with all state and federal requirements. The agreement addresses the purpose, designation, and boundaries of the MPO, financial reporting, NOACA's overall work program, or OWP, and the required planning activities and products. Coordination with various transportation-related entities, billings, compensation, annual audits, and OWP completion reports. Non-discrimination and compliance with all regulations, conduct, ethics, integrity, and conflicts of interest, and restrictions on lobbying. The financial impact is that the biennial agreement must be in place by June 30th for planning work to begin on July 1st to be eligible for federal and state funding reimbursement. Pending board approval, the executive director will sign the agreement and transmit the document to ODOT officials. Again, this is a request that the executive committee place state fiscal year 26 and 27 NOACA ODOT MPO biennial agreement on the board of directors agenda for the June 2025 meeting. Thank you, and I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none, can I have a motion to approve the 2026-27 NOACA ODOT MPO biennial agreement?
So moved.
Jeff, do I have a second? Thank you, Andy. Any discussion? Moving right along, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion's approved. Second item today is the regional strategy for coordinating funding opportunities. This is the updated fourth quarter fiscal year 25. Presenter is Allison Ball. Thank you, Allison.
Great. Good morning. My name is Allison Ball. I'm the grants coordinator here at NOACA, and today I'll be presenting the regional strategy for coordinating funding opportunities, updates for the fourth quarter state fiscal year 2025. Today, we are requesting that the executive committee place the regional strategy for coordinating funding opportunities, and we call that the strategy, the updates for fourth quarter state fiscal year 2025 on the board of directors agenda for June 2025. The previous action, the third quarter updates, were approved by the board in March of 2025. The NOACA, next slide. The NOACA board adopted this strategy in March of 2023 and subsequently adopted guidance for updating the strategy in June of 2023. This guidance provides a structured yet flexible process and ensures fair practices in implementing the strategy. Strategy was developed based on federal guidelines that regions prioritize their capital needs and developed a project pipeline. And the quarterly updates are vetted through NOACA's committee process. Updates to the funding programs are reviewed quarterly, as well as the projects that are included in the strategy. This quarter, there are no updates to any of the funding programs, but we did receive some updates for projects. The community may propose updates by submitting a form available on NOACA's funding resources webpage. If an update is necessary in between quarters, NOACA will implement consistent with the guidance adopted in Resolution 2023-032. So for the project updates today, there were two updates requested. The Cleveland Riverfront project was originally a planning project, and the planning, I guess, is being completed. And they requested to be added to the Protect, Resilience, and Improvement Grant for 2025 and 2026. And then Cuyahoga County Planning Commission Safety Action Plan Project, which was awarded Safe Streets for All funding this past year for a planning grant, was added to Safe Streets for All demonstration and implementation in 2026. So the updated strategy materials are included in your packet starting on page 15. There are two versions. We provide you a marked up version to show all the changes. So projects that are italicized, the applications were not submitted. And the reasons for not submitting an application can vary. A lot of times the NOFO never opens or the project was not ready. Sometimes a project was not a good match for the notice of funding opportunity, or there was no response from the community. Applications in or projects in blue, where it means that applications were submitted. Purple text is the updates to the strategy. Green, the text in green are the projects that were awarded funded, and the red that was not awarded funded. We also include an unmarked version that just shows the projects that never got submitted and the projects that received funding. The next steps are to continue following the guidance from federal agencies such as USDOT and EPA on existing programs and guidelines. And the staff will continue to collaborate with partner communities and organizations to ensure that the project applications are submitted from our region. We update the funding resources. We update the funding resources webpage on a regular basis. And we'll continue to work with our partners to update the strategies for calendar years 25 and 26. So today we are requesting that the executive committee place the following item on the board of director agendas for June 2025 and approval of the regional strategy for coordinating funding opportunities updates for the fourth quarter.
Questions? Love Allison. Okay, seeing none, I will ask for a motion on the matter.
So move.
Thank you, Jeff Brandon. Do I have a second? Thank you, Thomas Patrick. All right, any discussion? Okay, all in favor of the regional strategy?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thanks, Allison.
Thank you.
All right, next item up is long-range plan update. I think Grace Galucci is going to introduce and Ali Makarachi is going to present. Grace.
Good morning again. So the long-range plan is a document that we prepare every 4 years in terms of an update. We had our major overhaul of the plan in 2021. So this was really a more minor update that was to ensure that we were able to integrate newly available data, particularly from the census, as well as emerging trends and progress on major projects. As I mentioned earlier, we have now changed the title from eNeo 2050 Plus to We Neo 2050 Plus. The we to emphasize how we all work together and how we ensure that all people are part of our plan. This comprehensive plan will be described in some detail by Ali, who will talk about the goals, strategies, and the vision for the next 25 years.
Thanks.
Good morning. Still is morning.
Still morning.
Thank you for the opportunity. This is the request that the executive committee place the following item on the board of the directors agenda for June 2025. The item is the approval of the NOACA's updated long-range plan. Previous actions, as Chris mentioned, it was June 2021, based on the resolution 2021-014. It was the eNeo 2025 was approved. Generally, LRTP long range has three items: long-term transportation planning and policy investment, short-term transportation improvement, which sometimes called TIP, and then public involvement, which we had one in December. And one set of the public involvement is going to be next week, as you saw the previous slides. So this is a short version of the longer version is going to be on the when I present it to the board. But the short version, we updated the data. That's what usually we do. And this time, because data, we had the census, 2020 census. The last time we had based on the estimate and based on the 2010 census, but this time is 2020 census, and you can see here the changes and forecasts, and these are data from the Department of Development, Audit Department of Development, and we follow that. And is the colorful of this map shows if it's a red, there's some counties losing population for 2050, and if it's a light blue or light color, is gaining population. What the approach we took for long range is scenario planning like before, and we looked at the 4 scenarios, and those 4 scenarios, same as 4 years ago. Scenario 1 is a maintain, which the policy was on this scenario just to maintain the system, not to expand, not to added anything. So just to keep maintaining the system. Scenario 2, it was keep as a status quo and more for the highways and basically paying attention to the vehicles and using the cars and basically providing the highway, expanding the highway interchanges and capacity projects and all this. Scenario 3, it emphasizes on the transit, adding more transit routes and BRTs. Then scenario 4 is all together. And then we compare this, we used our travel demand model to run those 4 scenarios, then compare them. Then we look at the cost, and then we look at the effectiveness of each scenario. So based on what the list of the projects we had for each scenario and what I mentioned, this table shows in $1 million based on all is being converted to $25. So for example, there's common projects in all scenarios about 11.5 billion. Then scenario 1 cost on top of that 2.6 and so on. Scenario 4 is a 9.2, and that shows as we go down adding more to into the transit or highway, we get the cost is higher. Now, if we take the scenario 1 as a no build, as we usually we do in many different other projects, similar projects, we use the build scenario and no build scenario. This is a no build scenario, scenario 1. Compared with that, for example, scenario 4 has got 3.5 times the cost compared with the scenario 1. This chart shows when we look at the dark color, the green dark shows the common projects, and on top of that, each scenario cost and shows the scenario 4 is higher. Then we have estimated the budget for the LRT in a future budget converted again to $25. And then you can see the gap between the scenarios, and the arrow shows the possibility of the budget is going to be available. I'll show you what we are going to use those extra ones. First of all, to select the scenarios out of 4 scenarios, the last column shows when we talk about, we looked at about maybe several hundreds of the performance measures for each scenario. We compare them and we come up with an equation for a measure of the effectiveness for each scenario, then comparing with the cost. So scenario 4, although costs much higher, but is the ratio to the MOE measure of the effectiveness to the cost is a 1.6, then scenario 4 is selected as a scenario for the plan. Now, we saw that gap between the budget and the scenarios. We have got illustrative projects, which we can spend on this. If the budget is available, this is the list of the projects we have got for the illustrative, for the adding to the long range in the future. I mean, this list is long. I'm just showing you some of it, and in 2 tables, or is it all together is 1 table now? So like Cleveland North Coast Connector and I-71 corridor studies, and then lakefront pedestrian crossing and so on. So, but as I said, the longer version will be on the board on the June 13th at the board meeting. So pending board approval, the updated plan will be implemented for the next 4 years. So the request that the executive committee place the following item on the board of directors agenda for June 2025, and that's the approval of the NOACA's updated long-range plan.
Hey, any questions? Please, Jeff.
Yeah, just I've seen bits and parts of this before, you know, in some of the presentations, and it just bothers me that, you know, you know, we're going to be losing population, significant population, looking forward, you know, up to year 2050. With all the studies we've done, I mean, have we determined, you know, why? Are there reasons why the population trend is looking the way it is?
We look at this. I look at actually myself, see why we are losing. I mean, based on several studies in the others, in other states and all this, generally, still, although people complain about large cities, large metropolitan, but it's still for younger people, they have got more attraction. So we are in a between of the Chicago, New York, Washington, in this triangle, which attracts trips. So we are losing maybe losing this, but this data will update every year from OD, the Department of the Development Ohio. So, but every time we get the update, we update the.
I think it's also important to note that this is data. The forecasts are not our forecasts. The forecasts are from the Department of Development at the state level, and we don't always agree with their forecasts. Their forecasts also are often based on trends from the past, and we know that there has been significant amount of work done at the regional level, the county levels, and even municipal levels to sort of stem that trend or that tide. And in many cases, we see things that are in reversal. So we're also suggesting that many of the expenditures that we have in the long-range plan would work to help attract or retain population as well.
Yeah, it's the age-old question of why, and appreciate both answers. Anybody else? We'll do our part in Northeast Ohio to keep our population retained here, but it's a work in progress. But obviously it's instructive to us as we plan, and I think some of these, hopefully these amenities that we're planning for greater public activation and access help with population attraction. But all right, thanks. Any other questions for Ali? Grace? All right. Well, this is the long range plan that's going to be presented to the board in June. Under the WeNeo 2050 plan. If I can have a motion, I'd take it. Jeff, you're on a roll today.
Yeah, so
all right. Jeff, we got a motion. We got a second. Second. All right. Andy, any discussion on the matter? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion approved. That'll go to the board meeting in June, which, by the way, note to all the board members, we're going to be in Lorain County at LCC. Looking forward to that, Lorain Community College. Okay. Grace is going to bring forth an item on the agenda here that has to do with compliance with federal executive orders on DEI. And I'll leave it to you, Grace.
So this is an agenda item that is complicated and that we bring before you because it is important that we are in compliance with federal executive orders on DEI. And, we're asking, as we stated in the memo, to authorize the executive director in consultation with general counsel to make recommendations that are deemed necessary to comply with those federal executive orders and related guidance. Executive Order 14173 that was issued on January 21st of this year eliminates DEI initiatives of federal agencies, federal contractors, and recipients of federal grant funding of which we are. It acknowledges existing federal civil rights laws and revokes previous executive orders, including the ones related to EEO, equal employment opportunity, and environmental justice, EJ. The U.S. Secretary issued a guidance letter very recently on April 21st to all recipients of U.S. DOT funding. Because we have multiple sources of U.S. DOT funding, we received this letter multiple times. And it was issued to outline the department's expectations, that's in quotations, comes right from the letter, and identify also, quote, the consequences of non-compliance. In order to have us be in compliance, we know that there needs to be a review of our existing policies, procedures, and committees for language related to DEI, environmental justice, and EEO. For example, we know that we need to go through our DEI policy, which is our diversity, equity, and inclusion policy. That policy really is an agglomeration of multiple policies in one. Some of it may be simply changing language. In some cases, it may actually be changing the policy. Because we do offer, for example, additional benefits to environmental justice communities. If environmental justice communities no longer exist at the federal level, then we are in non-compliance if we keep that policy. So there are changes that we need to make along with potentially our website needs to be examined for those same kinds of communications to the public. So those are the things that we will undertake. It will be a comprehensive review. And I will turn it over to our legal counsel, Ryan Gambala, to speak a little bit more about what the process will mean for us as an agency and how we will undertake it.
Thank you, Grace. I just quickly conferred with our attorney, Ryan, who's going to take questions and take this further up, but I want to read to the executive committee the recommendations for compliance as came forth by Ryan Gambala, and I appreciate your work on this week. I'm going to just read the concluding recommendation here, and it is this. It is my recommendation that NOACA take immediate steps to comply with Executive Order 14173. To do so, NOACA should formally delegate authority to the executive director with the assistance of legal counsel to review its policies, procedures, committees, and other materials for compliance with Executive Order 14173, and make recommendations for the amendment of the or elimination of the same whereby appropriate to bring NOACA into compliance with Executive Order 14173 and take steps reasonably appropriate to protect its federal funding. I just wanted you guys to all hear that directly because that was a memo that was sent to Grace and I this week by our attorney. Give some context and I'll let you take it from there.
Sure. And so that's basically the plan would be to review the existing policies and other governing documents that we have as an organization to make sure they're compliant with President Trump's executive order in the guidance that we've gotten from agencies, particularly US DOT, from whom we receive grant funding. And so the analysis is going to be confirming that we're satisfying our obligations under the Civil Rights Act, under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, while simultaneously confirming that we comply with the executive order and the directives related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so it's going to be going through to make sure we have the appropriate civil rights language while we don't have language that would be deemed to go too far under the current executive orders and therefore put our grant funding in jeopardy. I know that sounds like a lot in a short period of time, but I'm happy to take questions that the committee may have on that process.
Any questions? I think procedurally, just ask a question back to you, Ryan. Procedurally today, are we moving toward, okay, I think you're answering my question by way of.
Right. So
next click, I'll yield back.
Yeah, so next steps would be pending board approval. General counsel and myself, the executive director, will execute compliance actions and report to the board on those actions. We can certainly take it back to this committee in lieu of the board, or we can take it to this committee and the board. We can do it however this committee would like us to do it. But we will also continue to coordinate with the NPOs across the nation and the industry to understand how these orders and directives are being implemented and enforced, as well as monitoring ongoing legal actions.
Yeah, and so my thought would be that the recommendations that Grace and I have would come before this plan.
Yeah, and that was a conversation that I had with you also. I think so. The there you go. Take a look at that and I'll take comments from you on this request.
So who would actually get the DEI training? Would be the board members or be offered it?
So at this point, we are not speaking of DEI training, and I think that's specifically one of the things that is prohibited under the executive orders for agencies like ours. But what we will do is Ryan and I will work on ensuring that we have reviewed all of our policies, all our procedures, all of our programs, and make sure that we are in compliance with the executive orders. And then bring it back to this committee to show what it is that we need to change to be in compliance.
That's exactly right. That's not, the training isn't the focus of what we're doing.
Go ahead, Boris.
Just to be clear, so whatever the recommendations are, you'll bring back either this committee or the board will vote, then changes will be implemented, correct?
That's correct.
And that's a great question, because I think what I think the assumption from conversation with you, Ryan, and from your memo is that you and Grace will work toward recommendations, and then to Morris's other question, either or board meeting, general board, or this executive committee, and your counsel is to take it back to the executive committee.
That's correct.
Okay.
Second line.
Okay. And that would be, when is the next executive committee meeting?
August.
August. Okay.
Yeah, I know initially we had thought for expediency purposes that we could simply execute the actions and then report them to the board or to the executive committee. But we feel that, and legal counsel has advised us that it would be demonstrative to the federal government that we are currently working on being in compliance, and not necessarily require just the executive director and legal counsel to make those changes.
So with the action that's in front of the executive committee today, is the first line there, then we essentially taking that out, and we're giving you in consultation with Ryan and general counsel his recommendations, as you say. So we're basically recommending as this body that you go forth and consult to make recommendations and necessary changes, and then bring back those recommendations at the August meeting. We'll amend this. Okay, okay, or just make sure that the motion reflects that.
This reflects does not reflect the conversations we recently had in the last couple of days.
Okay. All right. So if you're following this, I think what we would do then, coming off of Mr. Beveridge's comment, is we will ask the director in consultation with counsel, general counsel, that's Ryan, review, recommend, and make recommendations necessary to comply with the executive order mentioned. And then those recommendations will be brought back to this executive committee for review in August.
That's correct.
Okay. That's okay with you. I would say, could somebody, well, either we could have questions on that, or somebody could put that forth in a motion, or we can motion.
So there's no timeline as far as like a hard date deadline that this has to be done by, either in the executive order or the letter.
Good question.
So there isn't a fixed deadline in the US DOT guidance. That's why we want to get the process started right away. Because we want to come into compliance. The executive order itself took effect on the day it was issued. And so we want to get the process started and get the train rolling down the track. There isn't a fixed deadline whereby particular policies have to be amended or abolished.
Any others? I think also the way Grace referenced, I don't know how you said it, but it felt like a good faith effort.
Yeah, good faith effort.
Okay. So essentially what I believe we're looking for is, and I'll just word it and see if somebody will motion such, a motion to authorize the executive director, as it says here in consultation with general counsel, make recommendations to the executive committee to what is deemed necessary to comply with federal executive orders and related guidance regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion.
For what it's worth, I was going to suggest putting to the executive committee for approval after executive orders.
That's fine.
Recommendations deemed necessary, so they'll, whatever those recommendations deemed necessary to comply with the federal executive orders, to the executive committee to be approved.
Good, said better. Is that a motion?
Yes, that's the motion.
Okay, do I have a second? Second, Thomas. Any questions? Okay, all in favor? All right.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion's approved. Thank you very much for navigating that. All right, action item number 6 is the meeting agenda, which Grace, I think we're there, right? We want to get to the the External Affairs and Governance Committee. We're looking at our meetings of our committees. So Grace, you'll cover the recommended actions of our committees.
Correct. So
Thank
these will be taken as a slate. So I will go through all of the items. You may ask questions. I'll stop after the end of each item. And then at the end, if everyone is comfortable with the slate, we will move forward. If there's anything that you are not comfortable with, we can take out of the slate and vote on separately.
All right, thank you.
So the first item is the Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund loan termination, the city of Middleburg Heights. So this authorizes the executive director to give notice of termination of the Northeast Ohio Brownfield Program Loan Agreement to the city of Middleburg Heights. So that loan offer was approved by the Board of Directors on December 1st, 2023. It was executed between NOACA and the city of Middleburg Heights on March 14th of 2024. They were our first loan agreement. The $500,000 was for asbestos remediation. We received a formal request from Middleburg Heights Mayor Castelli to terminate the loan agreement. We received that on April 8th of this year. The city had expended funds in excess of the match that was required by Ohio Department of Development. The project bids were lower than anticipated, and because the Ohio Department of Development grant now fully covers the cleanup and demolition, they did not need the funds to be drawn down and had not drawn down any to date. So the $500,000 then would be unencumbered from the Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund and made available again for new projects. And then pending board approval, we'll update the budget to reflect the availability of those funds. Any questions or comments?
Nice to have you with us, Mayor Castelli, today. Any comments? Okay, thank you.
Thanks. The next item is also about the Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund. This is an amendment to the terms and conditions of one of our recipients, which is NREUV MLK Plaza LLC. This amends the repayment term from 10 years to 18 years. This was approved by the Board of Directors on March 8th of 2024, meaning the loan offer. This is $300,000 to remediate the MLK Plaza site. It is proposed to be reused as primarily affordable multifamily housing with retail and mixed use on the ground floor. The request for the 18-year repayment term stems from the owner who wants to be have coterminous loans with the ones they have with Freddie Mac and the Cleveland Foundation that have 18-year terms, so that they are all paid equitably throughout the term. Our financial advisor has reviewed the request and acknowledged that the longer payback term would give them better cash flow and take loan pressure off of them in terms of repayment. and that there would be no issue with the longer term. The Finance Committee approved it today, however, with a caveat. They asked that a surety bond be issued along with this agreement of an extended term.
Okay. Any questions on that? Who's the applicant? Or I see the MLK LLC, but who's the developer behind it?
So the developer is called NREUV, and I believe Dr. Gina Merritt is the owner.
Is it with that coterminous 18 years? Did the finance committee give any other thoughts about concern on risk or anything like that?
They did, and our financial advisor has looked at it, and because there is no ceiling on the term except for the one we placed on it, we can certainly look at it as an exception, and others that may want that or need that can ask as well. Because our program is in its infancy, there is a difference, obviously, in the amount of money that we will receive to put back into the fund, and it will take nearly twice as long to recover our funds. But overall, because of the nature of affordable housing and how they recoup their investment, we thought that it was best for the overall project and needs of the community.
Okay, any other questions? So staff is in accord on this?
Yes.
Okay.
It took some time for us to acknowledge that what the owner was asking for was workable. So we did spend some time studying it and speaking with our financial advisor on that. And as you noted, or as I noted, the finance committee did express some concerns, but was comfortable approving it with a surety bond.
Okay, so our motion omnibus would include the surety bond.
Correct.
Okay. Good. Next.
This is also about revolving loan funds for the brownfields. This is a recommendation for a new obligation, funding for the Site Readiness for Good Jobs Fund. So this item is to be placed on the June agenda. The item is to offer a loan from our Brownfield Revolving Loan Fund to the Site Readiness for Good Jobs Fund in the amount of $166,905, conditional on the US EPA eligibility determination and availability of funds. On the availability of funds side, we currently have availability of funds since we now have returned after board action $500,000 to the account. The location is Central Avenue. Previous use was industrial manufacturing. It has been zoned industrial, and the proposed reuse would be to renovate the existing building for industrial manufacturing. Ideal candidates include food production, rail users, or aerospace. 100 permanent jobs are anticipated with a pay of at least $20 per hour. The application was reviewed and approved at the Brownfield Steering Committee meeting on April 18th. The request is for lead-based paint remediation. Our financial advisor deemed the organization creditworthy, and Vibrant Needle Board did meet on April 29th, but did not have a quorum. Therefore, they'll need to meet again prior to the June board meeting in order to ensure that their approval is stated as well. Any questions or comments?
What do we use as our financial advisor these days?
Cena and Associates?
They understand development finance.
They do. They've been around for a long time. They're a small local firm.
Okay. Any other questions on that? Okay. Next item. Or do we need a, you want to take this as a approval or?
No, I'm sorry. The next items are procurements. The first procurement is the ratification of Vanpool Program Contract Extension. So we are requesting a ratification of a contract amendment that was executed with Clearac LLC doing business as Commute with Enterprise. This was executed on February 21st, 2025. The original contract was approved by the Board of Directors in December of 2021. A 3-year contract was approved, and that contract expired on February 23rd, 2025. I executed that contract amendment with the consent of the board president, and that contract was extended through June 30th of 2025 to take us through the board meeting for a formal amendment. The contractor maintained their current pricing and other terms of the contract. And this allowed for continued service for the employer and commuter participants. The procurement process for the next contract was initiated subsequently and is also one of the items that I am bringing to you. So this is the first of 2 items related to the van pool. The reason that they were not perhaps in the best of timeliness in terms of trying to assure that we had a contract in place before we allowed the other one to expire. We were hoping to have some contract negotiations with the current vendor to be able to extend that contract. That didn't work out. Subsequently, procurement was deemed the most probable way of working this through. So the estimated financial impact of the amendment is $188,495, which covers about 4.5 months. So they include, or actually 5 months. They include the payments made to the vendor in February and March, plus estimated averages for April, May, and June. The funding source is CMAQ, and the next steps are that it would go to the board and that we would be able to complete the amended contract period as was executed. Any questions?
Good. Okay.
Next item is the procurement of the regional van pool program. So this is to request the executive committee place on the agenda an authorization for the executive director to enter into a contract with ClearAC LLC, doing business as Commute with Enterprise, to operate a regional van pool program. So rather than extension to their existing contract or their amended contract as of June, we are requesting an entirely new contract because we have executed a procurement process that now has also selected the same contractor. So this will provide the residents with expanded opportunities to participate in the local economy. It reduces commute time at a competitive transportation cost and improves regional air quality. In terms of the program itself, we currently have 53 van pools operating. They have risen incrementally since we have initiated the program 3 years ago. Each van pool is specific to a single work site. Each vendor or the vendor provides the vehicle and operates the program. NOACA provides partial subsidy for cost of each van pool, 50 to 80%. Balance of costs paid by riders and some employers. The current service provider, as was discussed in the last action item, is the same one, Commute with Enterprise. So relative to the procurement, it was posted March 7th through April 7th. There was direct outreach to 7 potential vendors. There was a pre-proposal conference held. One proposal was received in response. And so we are recommending to move forward with Commute with Enterprise. This contract amount would be $508,000, which would afford the 58 van pools at average with a 50% subsidy per van pool. The actual cost would depend on the number of van pools, and this is a 1-year contract with 2 one-year options, so a contract up to 3 years. The funding is also CMAQ. Are there any questions or
questions?
comments?
Are those commuter van pools, senior van pools, all the above?
They are commuter van pools. They are not senior vehicles.
Okay, gotcha.
Although seniors certainly could
Right, not
participate
mutually
in.
exclusive, yeah. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay.
Another procurement is the extension of traffic count contracts. This is a relatively routine item that we bring to you annually in terms of executing traffic counts. This is to authorize the executive director to execute the option to extend contracts with two vendors, Eggman Engineering and Southern Traffic Services, RECOR, for the provision of those traffic count services for 1 year. The original contract was procured through an RFP process. The traffic count program, it calibrates and validates different modules of travel and collects and shares data with stakeholders as well as using them for the NOACA model. July to August is the program planning and preparation, and then late September to October, the traffic counts are conducted. Financial impact is it will extend the contract with each vendor for another year in the amount of $100,000. So for a total of $200,000. Both vendors have agreed to hold pricing fixed for the upcoming year. And this source of funding is our OCPG grant. Any questions?
Nope, seeing none.
Moving on, the next procurement is the amendment to the NOACA EV charging stations program contract. This is to authorize the executive director to amend the contract with SAF Inc. in the amount not to exceed $100,000 to purchase extended manufacturer's warranties for the EV charging station equipment. The original contract was approved in June of 2023. The expected completion of phase 1 is August 2025. This is a distinct phase from phase 2, which is the $15 million CFI grant that we received from the federal government. This phase is funded through NOACA's own CMAQ program that is operated at the state-wide CMAQ committee level. In section 6.10 of our partner agreement with each site owner, we gave them a commitment of 5 years of maintenance on the charger stations. However, after we had selected a vendor, the unit only comes with a basic 2-year warranty with an option to purchase the basic additional 3 years. So we are requesting in order to honor our contract with the local communities that we purchase those 3-year extended basic warranties. And again, that will be a not to exceed $100,000 that takes the contract from 3.5 million to 3.6 million. It is no additional budget funds. This will come from the original project budget, which was 4.14 million. This is simply giving us the authorization to contract with the vendor in order to execute those warranties.
You had questions? So you had 100,000, but 46, so you got about 2,200 and per 3 years, 700 a year, but it's all covered under the budget.
Correct. There is currently, I believe, $168,000 available outside of the contracts that are currently in place.
So that was planned to use that for the extended contract and then just execute it.
If you say so.
Well,
No,
I'm
you're
just
joking.
it's good that it's no extra money. It's a lot of money as a net. If you break it down on an individual unit for 3 years, it doesn't seem as much.
It was, I won't say it was intended to be done that way. It was hoped when we issued the RFP that the basic warranty would be for 5 years, but it was not for 5 years. It was only for 2 years. And now looking at the agreements and the needs of the communities, we just want to make sure that it is honored at the original level.
And it was just so happens 100,000 was within contract
Correct, which,
Okay.
you know, you could say that when the vendor put together their bid, because they did not consider the 3 years of the extended basic warranty, their bid came in lower.
Okay. Questions?
Yeah, just had a
Please.
quick question. I know, I had a Wadsworth City Council member approach me about a issue that, I guess Wadsworth, they felt they couldn't afford to activate their EV charging station because they couldn't afford the, extended warranty. But does this help a situation like that?
Well, this covers the extended warranty, but there are two types of warranties. There is the basic warranty and the performance warranty. This does not cover the performance warranty, which is a much more intricate type of warranty that is not covered by the federal grant.
Okay.
But that is an option. They don't need to execute that level of maintenance. This gives them that basic coverage that the first 2 years has.
Okay.
The questions? Mr. Chair, please, Andy.
I'm catching up on this. 2-year warranty comes with the units.
Correct.
Is this a 3-year warranty covering the 2-year or a 5-year total warranty?
It will be a 5-year total.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay. Move forward.
This is a request for additional NOACA funding, City of Sheffield, for the Lake Pedestrian Facility. This also is somewhat of a routine agenda item that we're asking to be placed on the June board agenda, which will authorize us to give the City of Sheffield Lake an additional amount of NOACA funding for a pedestrian facility project. That helps defray the cost increases attributed to the extraordinary and unpredictable impacts of current commodities. The request was received by NOACA. The justification of the unforeseen conditions as well as the rest of the policy requirements were evaluated against the NOACA project cost increases management policy, and all of them were met. The request is $37,866. So that would bring our amount of contribution from 252,000 to 290,000. Any questions?
Questions on that? Nope. Okay.
Annual priority list. This is a relatively routine agenda item. We bring this to you annually. It essentially represents the first year of the Transportation Improvement Program, which is the first 4 years of the long range program. The annual priority list has 25 projects totaling $68 million. And any additional funds made available in 2026 will be expended considering the hierarchy approved by the board. The funding distribution by work type, the largest is minor rehabs for roadways, followed by bridge preservation, followed by shared use paths, followed by transit. Any questions? The project list is in your packet. Moving on then, functional classification amendment recommendation, the Berea Freeway, State Route 237. So this request is to place on the agenda the revision of 2.5 miles of the Berea Freeway or State Route 237 from Eastland Road to I-71 from a principal arterial other to a principal arterial freeway expressway. This was requested by NOACA staff in consultation with ODOT. 2.5 miles of the Berea Freeway, I mentioned, is the target. We took the request through the functional classification modification request criteria, which was approved by the board in 2014, which focuses on roadway characteristics, class network share, accessibility, which looks at trip density and analysis. Roadway characteristics, the criteria was met. The class network share, the other freeways or expressways are not overrepresented in Cuyahoga County or the Noaca region. So it meets that requirement. Trip density analysis is not applicable to the Berea Freeway's proposed classification of other freeway or expressways because freeways are mainly for mobility and not access. Any questions or comments?
Anybody? Just trying to extrapolate what that actually means in terms of the reclassification. I know you just ran through it, but what's the general thumbnail sketch of it?
The general thumbnail is to change the classification. It doesn't change a whole lot, but it does have different requirements for that type of classification.
It goes from what to what?
Oh, I'm sorry. It goes from a principal arterial other to a principal arterial freeway expressway.
And the benefit of that is what's the overall?
Well, to have it correctly identified on the maps, to have it correctly identified in the model, and to have the appropriate criteria associated with it in terms of, say, things like lane widths or things like you can't have, we generally do not recommend, say, bicycle pedestrian access on principal arterials freeway expressway.
My antenna, just in full disclosure, is always up around this area because of the ongoing discussion about land use on the 180 acres. That both Cleveland Browns and others have been talking about. So
yeah, this action item is not based on that development. Staff has assured me that it is independent of that potential development out there. Nevertheless, it more accurately represents how the roadway is currently used.
okay, thank you. Anybody else? Question? All right.
The next is transportation, public safety, transportation agency safety performance measures and targets. These are provided initially by the state DOTs that establish them, and then the transit agencies approve targets also through their annual safety plan, and then the MPO in coordination with the transit agencies set what we believe are the appropriate safety performance targets. The areas that we are looking at in terms of performance metrics are fatalities, injuries, safety events, and system reliability. FTA has updated and expanded the target methodology for Class 1 transit agencies, including a 3-year rolling average and expanded targets. Certain targets are only allowed to decrease, and at this point, GCRTA is the only Class 1 transit provider in the region. Any questions or comments? Next is the Wadsworth. Actually, we have several of these FPA boundaries. We've got 4 of them, so I'll go through all 4 together and quickly. The modification of the wastewater treatment for a portion of one parcel from areas of served by on-site systems to sewers expected within 20 years is being requested. Going into more detail, this is to allow the extension of sanitary sewers. The applicant is the city of Wadsworth. The current FPA is Wadsworth FPA. The prescription change is, as I just said, areas served by on-site systems to sewers expected within 20 years. The city of Wadsworth and Sharon Township are the only affected parties, and the notification requirements have been fulfilled. Moving on to the next one, unless there are any questions on this one. Moving on to the next one, LaGrange FPA in Lorraine County, and Lorco FPA boundary and prescription modification requests in the village of LaGrange and LaGrange Township. This is to modify two parcels in the village of LaGrange and LaGrange Township to allow extension of sanitary sewers. The applicant is the village of LaGrange. The current FPA is Lorraine County and Lorco FPA. The proposed would be the LaGrange FPA. And there's also a prescription change from areas served by on-site systems to sewers expected within 20 years. And the affected parties are those that I've already mentioned, and all of the notification requirements have been met. Any question on the CPA modification request, which takes two parcels from Lorraine County and Lorco to LaGrange FPA and changes the prescriptions. Moving on then, Medina County FPA prescriptions modification in Sharon Township. This modifies the prescriptions for wastewater treatment for a portion of one parcel from areas served by on-site systems to currently sewered, and one parcel from areas served by on-site systems to local prescriptions within the Medina County FPA in Sharon Township. So the reason is to combine parcels, and Medina County prefers to use local prescriptions in place of areas served by on-site systems. The applicant is Medina County, their sanitary engineer. The current FPA is Medina County. The prescription change is, as I stated, the portion of parcel from areas served by on-site to currently sewered for the entire parcel. And the other one is to change the entire parcel from areas served by on-site to local prescriptions. Only affects Sharon Township, and all the notification requirements have been met. Questions? Next is Avon Lake, Lorco Phase 1 at FPA and French Creek FPA boundary prescriptions modification in North Ridgeville. The request is to modify French Creek's FPA by transferring one parcel to the Avon Lake Lorco Phase 1 FPA and change the prescriptions for wastewater treatment from sewers expected within 20 years to currently sewered. The reason is the property owner negotiated a free tapping fee in exchange for a Lorco force main easement. The property will be subdivided. The parent parcel will remain served by an on-site system. The applicant is Lorco. The transfer area is one parcel that is about 6 acres in North Ridgeville. The current FPA is French Creek, and the proposed FPA would be Avon Lake Lorco. There is a prescription change from sewers expected within 20 years to currently sewered. And the affected parties are North Ridgeville, Avon Lake, Lorco, and Lorraine County. All of the notification requirements have been fulfilled. Questions?
None.
Then moving to the next grouping, which are simply presentation items to be placed on the agenda for the board. So the request is to place a presentation on the household travel survey. This is to report the final findings from the survey. In essence, 550,000 households received the survey in the spring of 2024, and 180,000 more surveys were sent out in August and September. The goal was to collect 1% of the total households in the region, which we did meet, and the results are used for calibrating the NOACA travel forecasting model in other planning activities. We will have the consulting firm that conducted the study come and make the presentation. Questions?
Jeff, going? No, anybody? Just question about the sampling. Did you get it pretty well sampled throughout the 5-county region.
We did get a representative sample in each of the counties and for the region. Those were goals, and that is why we had to send out the second batch of surveys. We had not received enough respondents, nor were they adequately covering the region.
Yeah.
Also, the Regional Metro Parks Trails Connectivity Study, that final report, we are proposing to be placed on the agenda at the June board meeting. The study involved a trail network plan for the 5-county region of NOACA to connect park areas and enhance multimodal connectivity over the next 25 years. The consulting team that was led by OHM completed the study. They have recommendations and ready to implement. We have included this study in the long-range plan. It does have short-term, midterm, and long-range recommendations. This also will be presented, I believe, by the consultants in partnership with NOACA staff. Questions?
That'll get at some point presented to the board.
In June.
Great.
That's what we're proposing, that the executive committee put it on the agenda.
Great.
This is one of our regionally significant TLCI studies. And so it is worth time for the entire board to hear the results. Also, we are placing on the agenda the Code of Regulations revision for Economic Development Subcommittee. So this item will be a request that the executive committee place on that June board an amendment to the Code of Regulations to add the Economic Development Subcommittee to section 6.5. This is in regards to the SEDS and the formation or the proposed formation of an economic development an economic development district. The district application requires formal codification. And therefore, in our review of our application with our federal partners at the Economic Development Administration, this recommendation has been made for us to do this. And so we are requesting that membership and functions of the Economic Development Subcommittee be added to 6.5 in the Policy Committee. This is a subcommittee to the Policy Committee. Questions? This was brought to the Governance Committee meeting today. Thank you.
Anybody? Okay. I think that concludes the all the committee recommendations that we are asked to consider and then bring forth to the full board in June. That was a lot. Thank you, Grace. Does anybody have any questions looking back on any of the committee presentations that Grace summarized? Okay. So seeing none, this is an omnibus full package we're going to put on the board agenda for June. And I would ask for a motion on all that was just brought to you by Grace. I have a motion. Thank you, Thomas. Do you have a second? Second. Thank you, Morris. Any questions? Yeah. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Those items will go to the June 13th meeting again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now going to direction. Other things. We're going to go without other items.
There was any.
Okay. 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 I am going to call for an executive session as is afforded this executive committee. And that is a call for a motion for the executive committee to adjourn to executive session pursuant to ORC 121.22 G1 to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official, or the investigation of charges or complaints against a public employee. I would ask for a motion.
So move.
Thank you. Jeff, do I have a second? All right, thank you, Thomas. Okay, and we by custom go through roll call to adjourn into executive session. So I'll ask Brenda to call the roll.
Commissioner Beveridge,
Aye.
Mike Hope. Aye. Jeff Brandon,
Aye.
Andy Hawk,
Aye.
Thomas Patrick.
Aye.
What's her name?
Aye. Okay, it's unanimous. So we will adjourn to executive session. I want to thank Mayor Matt Castelli for being with us today. He is the chair of the HR subcommittee, and so I'm going to ask you to join us. Also, all alternates representing board members today, obviously, and any alternates of board members who are here today, join in executive session with our council and with our CEO. Thank you. We'll be back in the conference room. If you need to take a quick break, let's reconvene in 5 minutes in that conference room. Any? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Okay, so that we are back in session. Want to ask if there's any reports, updates, and I'm going to get to old business and new business, but any reports or updates?
No, there are none.
Okay. Any old business? Okay. Any new business?
Real quick, and I know I'm a jerk for mentioning this, but as a man of efficiency, I have to ask.
Yeah.
Great information, all the stuff as you go through the agenda for the next meeting. Do we have to go through every line of the next meeting's agenda in executive committee to approve that? Or can that be sent out and you simply say you've been provided the agenda for the next board meeting? Are there any questions?
Go ahead.
I can meet you halfway. I can certainly tighten up what needs to be presented and present that, but we do send out the agenda in advance.
Yeah.
So you do have it. But I do think for the public, it is important to go through some of the things, even if it is just more streamlined.
I mean, in this committee, I understand in the board meeting itself, we go through line by line, but in this committee, do we have to go through line by line of the board meeting's agenda?
Well, I'm not sure I'm 100% clear on what you're asking. What we do have to do is place each one of the items on the agenda for June. So it is the committee's responsibility to look at each item and ensure that it was vetted and that it gets placed on the June agenda. So I'll look to legal counsel as to what specifically we can do to expedite the meetings.
So I think streamlining the presentation on those topics is a possibility, but this is a public meeting. And so in fairness, the topics that we're going to put forward for the agenda for the full board should be discussed in this committee meeting, even if it's in a more abbreviated fashion.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Well, no, appreciate the question and the answers. I'm also trying at the board, governing board level to streamline as much as we can just for understanding people's time. So
President's been asking me that for a while in general, so I'm working on it.
we'll keep at it. Thanks. Fair enough. Any other business that we need to bring before the body? Okay. Well, I do thank you. I know we have taken 3 hours of time today and I appreciate everybody's time. So here's one for you. Can I have a motion to adjourn? All right. Second, moved by Thomas and seconded by Jeff. All in favor? Aye. Have a great weekend, everybody. Go Cavs. Happy Mother's Day.